Hello. Hello. I hope my microphone. I still have the image. I still have the image here. I'm gonna like check to see if audio is good and on my end. Cause I did adjust my microphone a little bit because whenever I screech, the mic peaks, and I know there's a way to fix it, but that's like a lot of steps, and I'm like, no, I'm too lazy for that. I'm too lazy for that. But I'm trying to at least adjust it as much as I can so I can actually screech. I mean, I really don't want to like yell into the mic in case like I do break someone's eardrums. It's just whenever I laugh or anything, it just dies. It's like I fell down a well. Just like taps the sign, like. But we back again with more with the great Ace Attorney. The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. This is the stream where I end Gregson's whole career. I'm going. Because this is it has to be like this part and the next part where it's like, yeah, this is where I really just don't like Gregson. Like, I'm gonna kick his butt. But before we play, I actually want to show the art fights that I've done. I don't think did I finish this one on stream? I can't remember. Real quick, before we get into this, let me like switch over. Hopefully gaming audio is... Oh god, okay. I finished this banana pudding cookie and chocolate squirrel roll cookie here. I finished these two for art fight. And let me just do this here. I'm quickly showing these because I'm very proud of them. And then there's this one of Sunny Valentine. And then there's Yuki in the corner. I had designed like the outfits to have like little hearts and whatnot on the bottom. I was going to add a jacket, but I initially was like, no, we ain't doing that. But yeah, that's it. Let's play Gray Suit. Oh my. So, when I re-watched the VOD, right, I noticed, like, I was looking at, like, myself here with all, like, the little charms, right? Oh god, I'm dying. I was, like, re-watching the VOD, and I saw, like, the charms, and I realized, oh, wait. There's someone there that ain't supposed to be there. Because I forgot that there was, I think it was like one stream where Trip was like, Oh, I can't, like, be here to watch it, so I'll be here in spirit. He's, like, right behind Susato and, Ryunosuke. It's just... They're just there, chilling. Okay, gonna double check the audio because I swear to God if like anything's like low or whatever, because you guys need to listen to like this peak of music. Absolute cinema. Okay, I turned up the volume a little bit because the problem is with like, I think I remember mentioning this before with this games. Yeah, music, effects, and voices, it's just on. There's no slider for it or anything, and it's upsetting. Okay. I should like close out Krida real quick. Put this here, there, everywhere. Up, down, left, right, freaking AB start, I guess. I don't know, is there like cheat codes? Oh, wait, I need to... Need to get the... So I'm gonna have the strategy wiki up. Because to be honest, I cannot remember, like, maybe, hopefully I remember what I'm freaking doing, but if I get stuck, I'll have it on screen. Just in case. Also, I need to double check on what the frick I need to do to get this achievement. Journey, the adventure of the unspeakable story. I'm probably misspelling all of the unspeakable. Ah, yes, I love the unspeakable story. It had something to do with snake, I know that part. Okay. Is this... Or is it the next one? Huh? Did I actually skip it? What? Okay, hold on. I need to... Trial... Achievement. Oh my goodness, the freaking wiki page. Okay, no, okay, we're getting into it. Sorry. I'm very sorry. I'm just trying to make sure, like, where the frick we're at. So, the dang thing ain't showing. For some reason. Huh? Okay. Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Ginny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fighting so hard for the likes of me? What? Well, you saw it. That picture. What picture? Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's right-handed recorder? Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you've got to have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together lots of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. It was after we had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep, so I slipped out and went down the street to 2-1, to Winterbank's place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not, the Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in the lug with Winterbank for safekeeping. At least, that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Winterbank's. I had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the old lamp on the counter a bit of a wick. And that's when... What do you think you're doing? Oh. I nearly died. I did. Next thing I knew. I had grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like... I don't know what. You're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The mental script. Have you got it, dear? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon. The Hound of the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady. I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see if it's here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it, dear, or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door, and we both went inside. And it was there, all right. The manuscript. Sholmes weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny. Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene. Yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in! Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... Now, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back down to the shop. I hung back in the storeroom like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what's going on. It sounded like they'd gone to a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when... I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at me feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it as quick as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Winderbank might come for you. Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Winderbank was a goner. Poor Mr. Winderbank. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden. Kind of dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. That must have been when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, I'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Rena's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove was there in the afternoon. That's Egbert Benedict. I still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Rena's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Naruto? Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGill did. We told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh, I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Man. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in the trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty darning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who done it. Oh, Runo. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. I'm gonna cry! Is this the right one? That's the angry one. Had to bring him back. This music. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy. I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. My goodness, they're so gay for each other. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. There's so... oh my god! This makes me cry, man. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar, you're not like McGilded. I know that. That's right. You're our friend, Ginny. Iris, we know you better than you think. We've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes, that's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Naruto, I... Ah! Gina! Oh! This makes me cry. You're ruining the moment! Frick off! Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. Get this out of my head! Get him out! I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another, and I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it. This is it at last. The final chapter. The final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Aww. Man, they're so gay for each other. Oh god, I need a drink. They have to move the freaking box. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's priestess of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood of the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Egbert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. And certainly not like this. Sorry about that. I'm gonna ruin this man's whole career. All of their careers is ruined. Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such a short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps somebody will kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. What the frick? Like, you about to do a Fortnite dance or something? Gladly, my lord. Gladly. Bro about to do a freaking dance, like. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties were present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detectives' homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. Oh, hold on. Okay, I am back. Let me put away the BRB folder. Oh, that was it. Okay. So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Grade any longer than necessary. Consul, proceed with the cross-examination. So we meet again, Mr. Egbert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? Actually, wait, let me look at this real quick. Did it change? Yep, it did. He is 27. My apologies. You are? Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon, enchanté. So, I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. We just have his hat. I'm gonna feed it to the dogs. Yes, we even met in the very pawnbroker where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. Gregson's like, eyes forward, not doing anything. These two are just looking at him. It was Mr. Egbert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you... The witness is here to testify about the events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious! Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort to not give anything away. This could be tricky.
Hold it!
Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Egbert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce! Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation.
Hold it!
Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that.
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend, for you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill the obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. A silent victory, Wiggle. Thanks. Why does he just freaking dance? Bro, this is a courtroom. Not the freaking gala or whatever. Was that made...
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified this substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' is able to differentiate different blood samples by... Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character anyway? Oh, I assumed our Londoners would know the name. He's a renowned detective. Renowned. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. He freaking lives with the guy. He's like... When you're actually seeing what he's doing face to face, like in person, you're like, what the frick is he actually doing? A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? What? Me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had up to here with this. How many times I've got to tell you? Yes, I know, you're not big bruv Skulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Core blimey, governor. You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest gov, nothing. I was just thinking, if he was waving his arm like that much more, I'll open up the wound again. That's all. What wound? Well, he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. Ain't gonna be healed up yet. Oh. So I was, well, you know, I was warned for him and... Hex bells! Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? He's holding his shoulder. He's freaking Von Karma. Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. Like, would you allow us to... If only the bullet was stuck in there, then we had to get a metal detector. Okay. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I am completely uninvolved in all of this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroker where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense to that insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, Consul. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. The bottom line is I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokering establishment where that man was killed. Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study.
Objection.
No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking
right?
about.
Excuse me.
Hey, Gregson! What you got for us, man? Do you have something to add, Inspector? Eh? Come again? Come again, Sunshine? You were there, too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? The afternoon. Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at the time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? But you must! I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something I don't. What's going on here? Gregson showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Windibanks. Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman pictured here is a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly! Which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to pursue the article on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from those witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yes, they were the key to it after all. So he says he had nothing to do with the Windibanks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. Let me press on this real quick.
Hold it!
Don't forget, sir, that Mr. Herlock Sholmes is the most famous detective in the world. And the most famous detective in the world tells the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Oh no, I can't think of how to answer that. I once saw the world's most famous swindler thrown into jail. He allegedly told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but what turned out to be a pack of lies. Quite. Now, as you were no doubt aware, the Central Communication Station is the heart of this country's information network. My work there is of paramount importance, and have you kept me from it for too long enough? And you have kept me from it for long enough already. The bottom line is I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment the man was killed. Oh my god. That's the ticket. This okay. Oh my god, I'm dying. What the fudge? Yeah, he was... Oh wait, the music box disc. Even though that, like... Well, the blood... Yeah, okay, wait. It has to be the music box disc. Because... Yeah, his... We confirmed that, like, it's green there, and since, like, we can really confirm it because of the disc, since that's also green.
Objection!
There we go. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, and pawned in Mr. Windibank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you were mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. Word. So, while the disc bears the remnants of the skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you not going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears the small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Well, Mr. Graydon? It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder. Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon! Are you saying that Mr. McGild and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at the Windbanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windbanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Consul, you will commence your cross-examination, please. La 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 la. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You're certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties, having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand. Which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that that was your overcoat. Obviously, and in my haste I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet I saw you wearing the dang thing and it like ripped apart. And yet there's a note on it that reads for McGilded. I'm a collector of rare and unusual music box music. First met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So the disc in question is a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because Miss McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. She is so getting in trouble for this. I'm very sorry. Like, voices are lacking. I do not do voices that often.
Hold it!
Okay. So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in salubrious areas her kind frequent, Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbroker that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windibanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc. My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. You're speaking a lot of nonsense there, Consul. Consul, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be.
Hold it!
Have you ever been to Windibanks before? Only once, for the purpose of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course. Such is the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbroker at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can say that like he can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence. What do you mean, is that right? What do you freaking mean?
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Inspector? I swear to God, I'm gonna have a stroke. What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets. Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago, a man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Von Zeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume? The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Von Zeeks here. Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let's return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. Lele. Words. I love speaking. Weren't you also looking for a music box? Let me look at my... This is a redemption ticket. There's a box. Mr. Windbank appears to have used the back of this photograph to write out a redemption ticket. He's written it very neatly, but still. Perhaps he ran out of paper, so he had to use anything he had in to hand. It's hard to know what's the front and what's the reverse side now. Get out of here. That was at 9 p.m. April. Okay, that's one redemption ticket. This one was the overcoat. 15th of February. Which one was this? 13th at 9 p.m. This one is 10:30. Mason Milverton.
Hold it!
But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items. No, not at all. Oh. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or grade or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop late that day in order to recover Mr. McGilda's disc. I've not been listening, man. Even if I had wanted to recover the disc. You may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. There was no more in the shop than that night, and as I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. So there was nothing of Mr. McGilda's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true. Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irrigatingly assured expression of his crumble. McGilda slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windbank's. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilda as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Grexy's being very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. It has to be like the other redemption ticket. It has to be that other redemption ticket. Because you were also looking for the box. Or whatever. There was another box. The McGilda had deposited, and the police haven't found it. Or maybe they have, and they just ain't saying it.
Objection!
Yep, there we go. This disc was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGilda's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again. In any case, the disc was taken to custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that
Objection!
night. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilda had another article in pawn at Windibanks. As to this, second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilda in Windibank's pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? 1 article had been forfeited. I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. No, because Gregson was there and he stated that Gregson stated that anything of McGilda's needs to be forfeited, so you had to steal it before they ever find the dang thing. Indeed, the witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? More so than usual. I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious! Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Hurley's red-handed recorders again! As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windibanks received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which the articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, McGilda's small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident, at 9 p.m. on the 13th April to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. At 11 p.m. on 15th April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print. This was taken about 2 hours after the incident. Oh god, I gotta cross my eyes again. I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare. Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Oh, yeah, wait. Yeah, this was moved. So, someone moved that over to the side. Anything else that was... Spot the difference. What's off about this picture? Prove you're not a robot. Find, like, the, out of place object in this picture. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So, your men have already compared these two prints thoroughly, Inspector. Beep boop, I'm robot. Oh no. Oh no, there's a bot in my chat. I should probably ban it. Like hover my free. Wait, no. Hi, Trip. Just like hover my mouse over the band. Okay. What was I doing? Oh yeah, we got new evidence. Or like pictures, maybe. I don't know. Put that stuff in the court record, Gregson, swear to God. I'm good, robot. Okay. I'll believe you for now. Maybe do anything funny. Hovers over ban button. Yes, sir. Yeah, I lost Gregson's voice. What was this? We counted every single item in each of these two photographic prints. Oh no, my jokes are funny. I'm gonna die. Yo, Trip, when I was watching the VOD, like, yesterday, I completely forgot I have you amongst the other, like, little charms. Like, wait, where the frick? Where are you? Yeah, like, you're right here. I forgot you're, like, behind all of them. I'm like, wait, why is there, like... Something ain't right about this. Yeah, I'm one of the plush pals. Yeah. Okay. And the art's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. One of the boxes was slightly shifted over. Is it still there, though? Is the question. Because I wouldn't be surprised if the police have it in their hands. I'm saying that as if I didn't play this freaking game. But I've completely forgotten how, like, this case goes. Or at least how the little details go. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbroker on the night in question. May not, but the police, though, probably have, and they're withholding it. Withholding it, whatever the frick. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Oh, he died. I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilded's pawned box. That's because he didn't. I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same. I can already tell. What? So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? That word. No. I call it freaking nonsense. Oh my god. I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere? Okay. There is a discrepancy. I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak. It's the box.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, yo, that high quality box though. A single area stands out as being different, the location of this small box. Let me... Wait. Unbelievable. He looks so stupid. Oh. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. Okay, no, this is... By Jove! Oh my god. Now he looks ridiculous. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilda's small box is indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilda is in fact... Yes, the very same small box I identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork, but if it was... So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen, which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGilda's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? Oh my god. It really... Oh god, it doesn't change much. But... Yeah, no, it changes everything, man. Did he take something out of the box? Well, he had that music. Well, he's trying to get that disc, but I don't know. Well, he already had the disc, but that wasn't in the box, so... I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider that what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? He's stolen something from in the box. I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak. That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. And yet this freaking disc we have is... McGilded is more relevant than you freaking think. Court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. They're holding their freaking ground. Like, I'm putting my foot in. Like, freak this guy. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. This is nothing but a smoke screen, a Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning, that this witness' intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Take a good look at that orange text and think about and keep that in your mind. That's a surprise tool that will help us later. Exactly. Then why? It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such a commonplace property. Pours his drink, he's gonna chuck it. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGill perished 2 months ago immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend in his most insightful defense. Oh no. Oh god, yeah, we were gonna have to put Gina under the bus at some point. The articles with upstanding the articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. I think my brain like short-circuited for a second. No, that does make rather a lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Though goodness knows Mr. McGill was rich enough. Can't deposit cash at pawnbrokery. Quite certain of that. I mean, if you put cash in a box and just pawned off the box into the pawnbrokery, without... Prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It isn't incumbent on the defense... I don't know words. On the defense now is to bolster its argument. Yeah, there we go. to explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Oh, if I do, we're gonna be here for a while, man. Well, what's the matter? What's the matter, Bruno? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilda's true character. We know this disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that is to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilda's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense argument was flawed, based on false information. We're so cooked. We are cooked. Oh no! And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Ginny... could it be that Von Zeke knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he's anticipated everything. But maybe... this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry, what do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. Alright, the exact significance of these things that McGilda deposited with Mr. Windibank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? We need her to testify. Just like crack my knuckles, like I'm so ready for this nonsense. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. What proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGillard's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Ms. Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. Oh, he so knows. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. I have. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. You don't have the freaking hat on. Get the frick out of here, man. Then I shall bid you a good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Bruno. Why am I standing next to the freaking guy that pointed a gun at me? The articles that Mr. McGilda had deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilda. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilda. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. Get the frick out of here, McGilda. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilda died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade? Would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean. I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But... Remember, little girl. If it transpires that you willfully withheld information on the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Jenny, don't listen to him! Please, you have to trust Bruno now! Iris? We're on your side! Alright then, I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is heck-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. Same. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilda's pawned articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, will you now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago? You will reveal the truth, a comedy sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Von Zeke said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. I'll be right back real quick. What the? Wait. Maximilian Galactica. Why do you look like Mama Tattletale from the game Tattle? What are you doing here? What the? The ears. Why was that the first thing? And the hair. I'm gonna krill. I'm gonna kill Gregson. I'm not just gonna end this man's whole career. I'm gonna end I'm gonna end his life. I'm gonna krill Inspector Gregson. I'm losing it. I'm being bullied. Okay, wait, what were we doing? Oh yeah, that's funny. No, it's fine, it's fine. It's alright. You're all good, Maximilian. Okay. Okay, hold on. I need to take a moment. Drink. Imagine you see Fire Starlight's plush in the hallway staring at you with glowing red eyes. Oh my god. That's crazy. I'm about to get absolutely in massive trouble because our team's gonna be in trouble and I'm gonna be in trouble. And she's only aggressive to loud noises. Nah, I'm also aggressive to people that withheld evidence. So I should be angry at Gina, but, or information. But I should be angry at Gina, but I'm not. Because she was forced into this. Oh god, I need to like... Okay, what was this? Her little plushies are little tattletales. I have all like the little charms on screen. I keep forgetting Zeke's is on the ceiling. Yeah, the man next to Gina looks like Erwin from AOT. Wait, what? What the? Wait. I was like, what's AOT? And then, oh, wait, Attack on Titan. Hold on. We need a comparison here. Yes. I need comparison. I need a comparison. I'm losing it. Wait. No. This is like the freaking Mr. Garada, like down to the eyes. Are they related or something? They're like very distant cousins from like alternate universes. No, that's Ashley in another universe. Okay. Unless the man is at LDN, then no. Okay. Gina's about to call herself out here, and everyone in this courtroom is about to get in trouble. I really can't. I hate this so much. In the sense that, like, it's amazing. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know that. Okay. Oh god, okay. Serious mode. No, it's okay. It's okay. Wait. I'm about to lose Gina's voice. Truth is that Brickmaker Cove was back in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and the pad on the roof deck went off to call the slops. I almost thought I misread that. I'm like, don't you mean cops? They're like, oh, don't you mean slops? That's when McGilda slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to what your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilda's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial of this witness and my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. Yeah, we are so cooked. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. The gilded fellow was rotten to the core, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget the Larfneys. They're all in that front together. You're wrong, Latia. Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. Oh, yeah, there's the moon guy. I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it is imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of Miss McGilda's pond article must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of a calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. The judge looks like Santa Claus. I don't know if I made that if I pointed that out before. What are you doing? Ashley, turn your freaking back. I swear to God. Is Ashley with us in the room right now? He has his back freaking turned. Mother fricker. And you were hiding in the cabinet at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. This is the point where I'm like, hey, Oi! Like, where I literally screamed out, like, when I first played this, what are you two doing? Frick off, frick off. This is where I end this man's whole, like, if I'm gonna end my career, then I'm gonna drag Gregson down with it. I'm gonna drag this man down with me. Frick you.
Excuse me.
Oi! Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Are you two deaf? Inspector Mr. Graydon! Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack? I freaking... This is where I'm going to end this man's whole career. Are you paying attention? Are you too busy eating your fish and chips and talking to Mr. Graydon? Mother fricker. You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now, even though, like, I dozed it because of the freaking back turn. I'm so sorry for interrupting you, Gina. Very sorry. These two mother frickers gotta stop talking to each other. It's very disrespectful, and you're not supposed to be doing that. Tell us, what is the discussion about? I'm so, like... Discussion with this fella? Pull the other one. Sunshine, everyone freaking saw it. I don't got eyes, man. You think I got anything to talk about with this shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. I feel like it's implied you're supposed to go through the entire thing, and then it's like, because you're not expecting that at all. That's what I really like about, like, the mechanic here. That, like, you're not expecting them to just be doing something else while you're cross-examining someone. So if you notice little things like that, you can literally just pursue without, like, them having to make a reaction. If they're just doing something off, it's like, it's brilliant. I love it. It's as if they've been negotiating. You will kindly refrain from talking amongst yourselves whilst the witness is giving testimony. Yes, sorry, my lord. What were those two talking about? Miss Lestrade, continue with your testimony, please. Now we can get back to this. This is where I got really ticked off at those two. Okay, I'm so sorry, Gina. What were you gonna say before? And you're hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilder was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I'd had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Why was the... Hold on. Gina looks like a Girl Scout. She does look like she's about to, like, sell me cookies. I open the box and there's nothing inside them. It's censored, looks like a Girl Scout or something. Or like Girl Scout. I don't know why. But she looks like she would, like, I would buy a box from her, open the box, and there's just, like, rotten cookies in it, and she also stolen my purse. Like, she not only stole my money, she also stole more of it. She stole my purse. Okay, what was said before? And the box is a picture of a middle finger. Oh my god. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilder and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't do too well, if I had to say. I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone kneeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. And I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah, that's what gave me away. When Ashman dragged me out from the sea, I saw the disc on the floor. Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGill picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat the cove with the knife in his belly up the seat. What did he say to you at that time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with a knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions, like what my name was and where I lived and all and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. Oh.
Hold it!
There were two gentlemen occupying the seats of the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilda got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilda, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open, and a voice from outside. The driver, yes, he also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. What did McGill and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that, mainly.
Hold it!
That pawn shop obviously began being Windibanks on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Oh, Beppo is so screwed. We are literally throwing everyone under the bus and ourselves. Perhaps the excursion of the pawnbroker slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks. McGilda took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up and all careful-like before and handed over. Under the bus, you say? Even the bus under the bus? No, the bus went up in flames. More so. But when I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it's gotta be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? Remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGill flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. You two behaving? You're not eating your chips, huh? Eating your fish and chips? This is where I'm like, I'm getting more salty than those freaking chips that Gregson has. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. Or Brax, whatever. Oh, not Drax. Remy, not the snitch.
Hold it!
Threaten you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarper if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. Which was? He told me I have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug to stop it from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGildy have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police? It makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGildy had the driver deposited at Windbank's was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Consul. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It appeared on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGildy took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point! The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, the gilded coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only gonna be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have gotten them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Miss Lestrade, it appeared Mr. McGildy was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord! The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Oh, here we freaking go. The mysterious little box deposited by McGildy 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Oh, to be continued? Now, we're gonna keep going. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGildy 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc. The positive window makes it at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? Why are you raising your hand? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Oh! Wait, my lord! Good grief! What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, they're unrelated to the case. Are they? Are they, Gregson? I'm gonna smack those freaking chips out of your hands, I swear to God. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection.
This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property. Clearly Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Need card. No further delays, please. Play the disc. This is some weird music, not gonna lie. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. You're laughing. Why are you laughing, Mr. Graydon? Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. He really just danced on us. Heck no. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in way of clues. Are you ready to move on, Consul? Come on. Yes, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? Oh, it's a huge clue. It's huge. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination council, mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. I'm making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Bruno.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well now, once you've told us what... Well, now that you've told us what they are not... I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is. Yet. Bruno? We're back at this face again. Loving this face. Bruno? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Alright, well if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sound it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Could it be... Is that what made these sounds are? Something's just struck me, Bruno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all... Oh god, my throat. Then what the devil is it, Consul? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointed to that one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box disc is... Okay, I gotta like look through. Oh, wait, I know. Where's that newspaper article? This morning's paper, which contains an article about government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies.
Take that!
Today's paper console. Headline is Pawnbroker perishes in pick-purse plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir. Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communications station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say... Is it... That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it! Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Consul, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason, and what is capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd have expected you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. In the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windbank. That being a most fractious offense, for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less a serious crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may... You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. But we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. They're still at this. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Wait, Inspector! Yeah, he's big, rough, skulky. He was a brother all along. Yeah, he's big, rough, skulky. Yeah, he's in on this. He's so in. Okay. Oh my god. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. I'm gonna... There's some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man, and yet you were so... You made the statement that disc belonged to you. It was for McGilded. You literally contradicted yourself, sir. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like he told us to do. If we known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. I can't even see his face. He's so angry. He's like a little munchkin. Mr. Skulkin. One Mr. will do, Governor. What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. We did, Gov! We did! Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to come so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. Let me take a look at this box. Dude was just like... They literally came out to the stand like, you didn't tell us about government secrets. I guess they don't, yeah, they don't want to be in part, because they had no idea of, like, of that. See how the for Mr. McGilded disc sits in the music box and meant to deposit at Windbanks. It couldn't be a more perfect fit. So there's no question then. The disc was designed to be played in this music box. Yet despite that, the sound it produces are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense. I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet. Hey, what's that? Oh, what is it, Bruno? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. You're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. All right then. Here goes. Look at that. There's another movement on the underside. So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked. So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. So then where's the other disc? Who would have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box? And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length. So this movement also only produces a single note, like the other one. Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note, but the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play two notes. What a weird thing. Oh my god. You're killing me here, Ashley. You're killing me here.
Hold it!
So, is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Let me guess. Adjourn number 5. We regular communications stations officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Ashley's like staring daggers at the woman. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. I'm sorry to say your idol's probably a freaking murderer. And also stealing government secrets. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. In any case, all messages are sent and ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row. You trying to defend yourself ain't helping you out, Ashley, I'm just saying. I love the weird coincidences that this whole thing has. That's fascinating. Raiden's highly skilled upper stop, currently in presence of idol stop. Well, your idol will appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded.
Hold it!
They're not. To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Besides, I can't possibly be gay. Must say something, stop! Just absolutely, like, calling this man out. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Hey, he was laughing. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court. Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those two in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. And this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you can only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it's the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting your aspirations in future. Ugh, stop. Nothing to say but stop. I'm still not over. I can't possibly be gay. I can't. Okay, discernible C is silent. Yeah, okay. I think my brain's not working. Trips like, I can't possibly be gay. That's just frying my brain. Oh, it's so it is frustrating, Iris. I'm about to beat up Gregson. I'm like putting all my anger out on Gregson. It's just cause him and Ashley were like talking. My bad, I'm just sound too funny sometimes. Hovers over the ban button. I said no funny business, skeleton robot man. Oh god, I'm gonna lose it. Discernible. Okay. Sometimes words are... Words don't work. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? What? Let's give it a try. I love the little antenna. I keep forgetting I have it on my mouse. I don't know how. That it makes it easier to point at stuff. Like, look at his eye. Tiny Tenna in The Great Ace Attorney. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, Consul. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single note, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Oh, I'll show ya. I already went through this song and dance before. Oi, look! Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box. What? It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 notes, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry. This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGill did 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly, I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. But how would he have information, though? Because he's just a simple brickmaker. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your arguments more strength, Runo. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGill anyway was not. No relation to the man. So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGill killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense, though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who's acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have in it for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. We have nothing more to add on that note. Let us return to the witness testimony. Oh yeah, y'all. Oh yeah, you guys were like blabbing about like how he was involved.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah, who else, eh? Silly me thought we was popping over for a natter after all them years, but the raw Turk had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China. Is an old China.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Who? Me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash, I mean. You look at him now with his fancy whistle and the flute, and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part town just like us. I'm losing the voice. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Core blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Alright, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And he was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Consul, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Oh, God. Checking something real quick. Let's add it to the testimony. My lord. Yes, Consul? The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, Consul. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more. A skulkin's never skulkin'. God bless. I want to, like, there was a dodgy government secrets involved. We wouldn't have touched it. I just want to, like, pursue this guy. Mr. Skulkin.
Hold it!
So, did you know nothing about this music box? We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing. We ain't planned on knowing nothing about it neither. But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Windibank's pawnbroker, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar and that it was like some kind of sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Windibank's all along, weren't you? We were, Gov, we were. You're right there. Because that's what he told us to do. It was his plan. And why was it Mr. Graydon's plan to break into Windibank's that night? Did you not ask the reason? Well, he said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us beforehand, anyway. Turned out there was a load of cobblers, didn't it? I wasn't best pleased, I can tell ya. In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. Bits of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. Suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate on what? What was the business model? So, how did your little business work exactly? Well, every morning down our way, the milkman would come with his cart delivering milk, see? You just stuck your empties outside your front door, you would leave you them full again, right? So, we swooped in on the action, got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk for half the price the other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dotted line. We were racking it in, we were. These guys are freaking criminals, God. So, did you live on a dairy farm or something? Gordon Bennett, are you off your rocker? We had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm. Right. Now, what we had going on was simple once you had the idea. We just switched them over, see? Our customers empties with the full ones from anyone who wasn't on our books. And a doodle. A dawdle, right? I think you mean to say a diddle. And that's a crime. It was just an harmless bit of fun, that's all. Milking the general public is such a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it. Well, it was him what came up with the idea. Ash is the evil genius. You mean Mr. Graydon? Yeah, Ash always had his head in a book when he was growing up. Said he was gonna get himself an education and get out of the slums we lived in. Cole, we all ragged him all about that, didn't we? Told him he was soft in the head and didn't even think it. Look at him now. He's only gotten to become a blinking communication officer, ain't he? Communications officer, Mr. Skulkin. Shums and Wilson's milk run. Please, Iris, no. No, Iris. No, Iris, don't even think about it. All of a sudden, we seem to be up on our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although, all this talk about interception of secrets government's messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windibanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus when Mr. McGill did. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the keys to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Cough, cough, those three brothers. Looking at freaking Gregson there. I just want to, like... Milverton is skulking Milk and Run.
Hold it!
I want to know the other story. Who came up with the name? This business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Alright, I thought the clever clocks like you have worked that one out. That is... enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... And what the happiest of homes that one came from? Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be a Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable. For once, you were born in Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well. Yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. The information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. And okay, we're back at this again. Milverton, you say, though. So angry. Oh. What the fudge? Oh my god, I have to go through this again. Get me out. Get me out of this dialogue, please. I care not for your munching on apples. Save here, for God's sake. Okay, I know what to I know what to present. Oh my god. Oh. You didn't see that. You saw nothing.
Objection!
Wait. Oh no, I present the wrong thing, dang it. Nope. Let me... Some low cuts brickmaker negotiation. Yet you have relation. You have relation. Where the frick is it?
Objection!
There it is. I was looking at the name Milverton. I'm like, no, wait. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? You've hidden your name like 3 freaking times, man. Or 2 times. Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, Consul. He got dead names! Oh my god. I wanted to be called Edgar Benedict, then I had to reveal I'm Ashley Graydon, and now I gotta reveal I'm Ashley Milverton. This freaking sucks, man. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord, and as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. Yeah, because for some freaking reason, we were given the name Thrice Fired Mason instead of his actual full freaking name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say, saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service, and it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Frick you. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all comes together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborate with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, Consul? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Grady concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information. As presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given this scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbrokers. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at the Windibanks 2 days ago. In an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. this time determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? We never knew nothing about that! On the night that Mr. Windemake was killed, the intruder to the pawnbroker touched one item, and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingenuously demonstrated using the two prints from the security camera, indeed. So the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this is actually began on the fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Oh, yep, there. He tore his freaking. He tore the stitches 2 nights ago. We know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windemake's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Shum's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I've sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets? Negotiating with Mr. McGill did. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. It's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact, which is... Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Shum's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windwig was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windwig that night is you! Frick you! You little upstart! You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought have never crossed your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting... I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed a gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... What? Frick you! Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. This is a clown circus! Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you're fully aware of the implications here? If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, don't you worry. I'm so gonna get him. Oh, I understand fully. And I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. I'm about to end this man's whole career. Whilst these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over the wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth. Until now, the prosecution is completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. It's too late now to say sorry, man. I swear to God. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered all over the... spattered... Why is okay, spattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestige of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateur's detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagents used. With your lordship's permission, we could shatter all vestige of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Bruno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they tested with their chemicals... Oh, help, you're right! I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. But that's not Mr. Windemake's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood, from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zeeks, make it so at once. Oh, we're. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Consul! Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Oh my God, Jesus Christ. Where in God's name? What in the world did I just... Okay. Okay.
Hold it!
Mr. Windemake emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all me life. Yeah, we were just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you weren't near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves to forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1. So I assumed they could handle the situation. Oh, what is going on? The heck? So I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little brother, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled me gun out on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. A pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you. Sorry, Gov.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the three men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the blow went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Being as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. That's gonna be like, infected or something if he didn't take care of it. Well, he should have, but still. It's bleeding 2 days later, so it ain't good. Did Mr. Winterbank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, now, I don't imagine he ever even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled me gun at him, he tried to shove me out of the way. And then he scarpered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do? I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom.
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door is a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's in there from the outset. Or from the outside. Outside? What? Outside. What the fudge? Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through the peephole as well? Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winterbank to take place. Inside the storm, I could see the broker and the young girl standing there. Defendant. Yes, though neither of them noticed I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? The safety to where? You think he's gonna go right back out? I'll be right back. I'm bringing back this again. am back. Where the heck is the BRB think there is? Dun, dun. Dun, dun. Oh my god, this case is gonna kill me. Okay.
Hold it!
Okay. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. That was Mr. Windimake's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullets from Windimake's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun? You kidding me? The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. What the Okay, then pray tell where would that have been, because she had been passed out the entire time. They were locked in a room. There was only one gun there. For God's sake.
Objection!
But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, Consul. Sorry. You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. Chilling image, I must say. You didn't answer my question. Or my own question. Maybe not Bruno's, but... Actually, no, you didn't answer the question.
Hold it!
All over her. Yes, through the people I saw it clearly. Of course the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Windibake's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying! If they only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't. So unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Oh, bother. Then she tossed the gun out of the people, so I picked it up and made my escape.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room. That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started to walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. And you took off with the supposed murder weapon? The supposed third gun that she had on her the whole time, and not Windibake's gun? Well, why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, went and picked it. If I had a nickel for every time someone just like, oh, let me pick up this supposedly darning evidence or whatever, I'd have like quite a few nickels, I believe. Like, oh, I wasn't thinking, let me just pick it up. I don't know. Thought it looked shiny, I'm like a freaking crow. Like, ooh, look, a gun. I'm so... I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place. There was only 3 of you. So it was you, in fact, who took the 3rd gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours. I hate this man's smug freaking face. Please put him in freaking jail for... If him being smug and dancing in the courtroom was a crime, he'd be a dead man. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. I feel I was supposed to say clean up, but either way it works. Clear up? We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute there told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying for you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by chance with the 2nd disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? Did you hear that? You little toe rag! What? Wait. Just need a, frick, wait, like, frick. I just need to hide this for like a split second. What? You little toe rag! I'd like hide.
Excuse me.
Gentlemen! Look at Gregson. Oh my God. What were you doing? Something wrong, sunshine? If you being oblivious was a crime, or trying to be oblivious, you'd be dead. You'd be a dead man. That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Blimey, this D's a bit of a hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him! He grabbed me, he whistled! Why the blazes, he said! Didn't you mention the 3rd gun when he got you down the station? And why didn't you? Because we didn't know nothing about it! With that flaming people in the door! Sorry about that. Gregson, I'm at the end. I'm at, like... You're on a thin line. I could be prone to losing my rags sometimes. Not hurt, are you? God blimey, see the way you're looking at me? I'm telling you, this D's giving me the willies, and you were just like calling your bruv. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gregson at all. He's normally all sweetness and light no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Cyrus. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the result of the test I was ordered earlier, my lord. The blood on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. Presume you have no objection, consul. No, my lord. Well, there you have it. The reports, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me! Don't do a freaking ballerina spin! I hope you pulled your arm. See? What did I tell you? No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibank's. What on earth makes you say that, Consul? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Oh, if only we had a freaking spirit channel, like... If only we had that. Spirit channeling. Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How do you determine whether the blood in that coat is 2 months old or not? Even as a stethoscope couldn't help to answer that problem, Pop Out. It can't be done. But we used Mr. Sholmes' specially formed... Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. I be darned. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out Persoki to Sarvin boy, and he what? And he ran away crying. What? Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from the start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Well, I be darned. My lord. Been a long battle, this one. This old war horse has something to say. Now, if you please. Mr. Foreman? As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir!
Guilty.
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 Bonk. Juror number 4 just boom. Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempts may make up at unpicking the jurors' decisions, being equally successful. I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? You've delivered the report now. That'll be all. Thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Look at him! Mr. Sholmes! Yeah! Mr. Sholmes here. What is the meaning of this? I'm sorry, that pose? What business do you have here, detective? Last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you! You're awake at last! Watch out! Tumblr man inbound! Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zeeks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time. Haven't spent so long already. Exactly, haven't spent so long already. We don't want to go wasting any more precious time. You shut your mouth, Gregson. As I was saying, haven't spent so long already. It would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Very well then, Consul, you have 5 minutes. My dear fellow, my apologies for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright? I'm all wrong. Sorry, I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me, shall I pass out? Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots! None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, an oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping. A leaving present from Mr. Sato. Mr. Sato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Mr. Sato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? What is this? Oh, it's the machine I made. Hello, past Wagahai. Oh, you're still roaming around the freaking courtroom. Oh god. Look, I used this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat flapper-mat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to? Mr. Sato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Windibanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mr. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic, then. Susato-san used this cat flapper-mat that night. But why? Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already. Great. I'm grateful for your affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summonation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo! Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. We're... My lord, the defense requests... No, we... Oh no, we need further testimony. We need more cross-examination. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. Presume you have no objection, consul. No, my lord. So nobody can say anything then. If we're not asked to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd! I remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unrelenting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Consul, you must choose but one statement from the witness testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence. If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. A most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. It was the most dramatic fall ever. Mr. Sholmes! He's dead. Am I going? We're not going to see him on the floor. He stands so silently before the court's state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, consul, are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down. Or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then, under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Ooh, the music! Oh my god. Okay. Well, since we were literally just given this. Okay. These ruffians were jostling with a broker. I was still near the entrance of the shop. Through the ash over the counter, I felt sharply. In the door. So. Something I've noticed. If you look at the door here at 1 o'clock in the morning, they're like, yeah, okay, there's the door and everything in all its glory. At 1:30 a.m. though, something's a bit off now, ain't there? This is such a tiny detail because you're just mostly looking at what's happening here at the desk than what's happening like anywhere else. How would there be a peephole there when there wasn't one there before, good sir?
Attention.
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Council? Oh, it's my cat flapper mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without... I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Oh, really, Ashley? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I failed to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon. A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windermere had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Cholmes. Yes. 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much as in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Consul, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. Oh, you are so done for. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? Just spin around.
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was? Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. This is a most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Frick you. Riddled with... Explain yourself, Consul. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendants is based upon what he witnessed through the people in the storeroom door. Riddled with holes. Funny. Report. Little guy. Report, little guy. I didn't know, right, Mr. Fazbear, Freddy was here. Hello, little stylist. Hello, Mario. Okay. It's based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Wait, what? I think I almost had a stroke. No! I swear to God. We are dealing with a murder case. That has nothing to do with the car. I swear. Yes, that filthy girl's shooting the man and that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. What's worse than murder? What? However, if at the time of the incident that people did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, I'm freaking... Okay. How did I just freaking notice that Maximilian Galactica followed me 2 hours ago? What the fudge? I'm so sorry about that. Thank you, thank you, Max, for the Maximilian Galactica for the follow. What is it now? I have freaking Matt's on guard, Franziska, and Maximilian. I swear there's like another one, but I can't remember. How the frick did I not get an alert? What the heck? Was I just laughing like my head off that hard to not realize? I'm so sorry. In short, composing myself, your entire testimony is a pack of lies! Lies! Eat dirt! What the frick is... What was Zeke's doing? He was just like, dear God, like looking at his hand. Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, this is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm at the end of the line here, good sir. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Do you want us to do that in the courtroom? Oh yes, I designed to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy! Hooey, time for dinner. There's a freaking cat in my courtroom. What the fudge? Cat in the courtroom. What you gonna do? It goes through the freaking door. Everyone's just probably like, what in God's name? Well, young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make a cat flap in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. Oh my god, everyone's getting in so much trouble. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storm at Windemakes was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flap-o-mat creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the people at Windemakes are an exact match. Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. Oh, I have proof. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What? Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, Consul, don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. Don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Chisato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. She very much is. How much longer is this case? Because I'm bored. We're literally at like the last part, so... Ah, frick, no. What did you say, Judge? The judge, when I see what you said. Very well, the counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Prove that the people in the door of Windemakes Storm was created after the events and not before. Where's the picture? Give it to me.
Take that!
I cannot give you an estimated time for when this case is going to end. I'm telling you that like we were literally at the last part and we're close to the end. I'm sure. It's just they like to prolong this because we're freaking much refers to a time answer objection. Objection hearsay. What are you printing at detectives' infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikitoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, Consul. This print shows the scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Oh! He died. What? I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness testimony was entirely fallacious. That is not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly... Good lord, there's more Lord Fencings. We're literally dragging everyone down. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. I was shot in the arm. It's true. That's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. I don't believe this, but they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris, you know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Oh god, there goes Waghai. Isn't that right, Bruno? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you grieve? What? Give false testimony to the court. Oh my god. But the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistencies revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely... Oh, he knows of that third gun because he's the one who had it. He didn't know about the peephole. Actually, no, he wouldn't have known about either of these. Either way, he wouldn't have known about... He shouldn't have known about the peephole since that was after he had left. And he shouldn't have known about the bloodstains on the coat. So someone told him. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right. The victim's blood spattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... Now, how did you come by that information? Would you care to tell the class? The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Well, in this circus of a court, no one makes sense here. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously, Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course, sir. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave them the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we can get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through this peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. Oh, you're not getting away from this. Oh, no. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you... Permission denied. Oh. Oh, okay. That's cool, man. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. You are the lead detective! Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. I've been well aware this entire time. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who is the person in question, Consul? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? I'm taking everyone down with me. Every single person in this courtroom. Gregson, I appreciate you, man. I really do, but you really goofed up. You really fricked up.
Take that!
The truth is, it can only happen to you, Inspector Gregson. Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Oh, don't you worry. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for this testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed their subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. Until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Gregson's not gonna live after this, I'm telling you that much. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Oh, but they have, you all blind. Oh, I just remembered something, Bruno. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yes, now you mentioned it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony! I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag! You're making all this up! I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud! Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Consul? I wonder perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of maleficence. I can't words. The dude's cooked. You're trying to strike a deal so you get something, he gets something, he can get his freaking skin. Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with these stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. Is it incumbent on... Okay, I need to, like, take a moment. Is it incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim? Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it! Bruno, do you think it could be? Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, Consul. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? Oh my god. Oh. Hold on. Okay. Oh my god, you are not.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding Nora could you? We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the seconds of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. I'll be taking that wherever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him, it's mine, that's it, mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were cover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Well, I mean, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility. That's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you indeed revealed confidential details of the crime scene to the witness. To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these 2 men. Frick you guys.
Objection!
If I stress if This sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth. It would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this courtroom? How could she possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What is that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person. He is not at all shocked.
Yes!
The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before, and Grexy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? This young man wants to tone down his imagination. He insulted me in my profession quite enough. However, if he'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the preceptus on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. You made a lot of serious allegations. On so many people. If following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. And I wasn't even going to be a lawyer until a few months ago. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such a defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must prepare for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, Consul, you know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? To everyone in the peanut gallery, if you remember earlier when Gregson was just shaking freaking Nash about, it's one of the brothers. Yep. Search someone else. Yes, the defense formally demands the search to be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct the search of the inspector's personal effects, please. That was so pathetic. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now, what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, no, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? The courts shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Oh, I'm dragging you down with me, brother. Be quiet, all of you. Bruno's doing what you... Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? You don't be hasty. Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in this court today, it's an absolute circus. I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Okay. Where is he? Where's the Skulkin? There's the Skulkin! Search him! Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Blimey, me, him. I love that so much. It's him, Your Honor. Well, very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Wait. Wait. I need to hide this real quick. How much were these games? I don't remember.
Hold it!
Get him! Get him! Please, my lord. Inspector, Scotland Yard has to object to this search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and defense have the authority to object. Yeah, frick you, Gregson. Screw off, man. Eat dirt. Okay. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles is like $40. Frick this guy. But Lord Van Zeeks, frick you! I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search! Get him. Now hold on, Amo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Get him! Oh my god, we found it. No, Trip! I found this! Good lord, that's another music box disc. We found it, boys. We got him. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing. Ringo's face. Like, why'd you have that disc, bruv? Why'd you have it? Oh. Look at Gregson seething over there. Oh my god. What you gonna do now, Gregson? What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? That's the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Frick you! Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett! Gordon Flamin' Bennett! I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Consul, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. God forbid he doesn't have his fish and chips. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? And it's nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, I did and all. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was. What exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and he grabbed me whilst like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes did you mention the third gun when we got down to the station? Didn't you? Whatever. That's what he said. Yelled it right down the earlobe, he did. Yeah, me head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character, but looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig, he hid it! I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? God knows why. This is a court of law. He could have submitted the IMS evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were: recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush? A top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It was seen that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? Oh, it beautifully. I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. Freaking ministry. You freaking goofed up, man. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Does this mean he only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket? So it was all a pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it. Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon, clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there is no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection.
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony, that I admit. So sentence me accordingly. That's all I admit. Murder? Leaking government secrets? Striking a deal with a detective. As if it's this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You... What? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. That's a loaded sentence there. Do not dare speak justice to me. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be in your guiding light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. This whole court's a circus. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for the final leanings. Well, now as a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Do you know? Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. On Steam, the game is often... up until for $15.99. Yeah, which that's pretty good price. I remember like getting most of the games around that time. One becomes a good judge of character. I'm gonna freaking lose it. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to look at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective. Really. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Detective has very much trust in his eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors they're going to believe Gregson. They declare their decisions now. Is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well, the council, I think it's time to impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gino will be found guilty. So there's no choice then, Bruno. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Oh, this court is a circus, and I'm the clown. Who do I pick, guys? What should I choose? Who should I throw under the bus? Jury? You want the jury to decide? But no, we can't. We cannot choose the jury. Ah, yes, the jury done it. They all conform to kill government secrets and all that fun stuff. Yeah, true. Not sure. But not the jury. Not the jury. It's like a slot machine. It's like... I just like stop whenever someone says. Like it's like slot. I'm gambling. What in God's name? Okay, sorry. What the heck? So Gregson? I just see Gregory, I'm like, okay, I guess Gregson then. Throw him under the bus. Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. What's that then? Oh, you're not ready. If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. Oh, you're so screwed.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGilded's peculiar music box console? Yes, with the disc already in place ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc console.
Hold it!
No, wait, I can't let you do that. Why not? Because, well, because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why.
Objection.
Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were parts of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. Frick your state secrets. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge that in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. I'm a freaking crazy clown, man. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot. I'm dragging you down with me, Gregson.
Objection.
I'm dragging everyone. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. You cannot be in, like, a deeper pit than you already are. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul, you determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. You're getting dragged down to the freaking, like, Thames, I swear. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. I didn't even let Zeke get a drink. Like, no. Come on, Von Zeke, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection.
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul. Very well, the defense stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time, with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Alright, I admit it, whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up! Just continues to play it. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand? Mr. Ashley Graydon. Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom, Inspector? You should be ashamed. I did. Stop, what are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, we were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst. You there. You're the detective who turned up at that pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal, told him details about the case that should put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out that peephole had only been made the night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbroker on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windebank. You... Oh! Traitor! Oh, and there he goes. Oh my god. Oh! Oh, God! Bailiff, restrain that man! At once! That was a bit too far. Like, that's it then. It's all over. Despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that heck hole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. And then you decided to try to sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out, with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I've got money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me. Let's plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. how easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagine his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are two, actually. Be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had to make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of a deal, the exchange of the second disc. Yes, I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already. It seems he became reluctant to part with his money. That doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. When my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus and hand over the second disc. And take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc I'd asked him to make. He never knew. It's just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with events, with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine. McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. to crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then. And I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then. So I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free. I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? It's sooner than I was led to believe. Hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. Asked if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to... Heck. Oh my... This is messed up. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end. Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Yes, there was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because I had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now! What's an ingenious little invention? So then, as promised, 10 guineas for ye, young man. What's this? Winterbeck's pawnbrokery? Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for ye. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for ye. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbroker being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the nights he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now, that when we first met you at the Windbanks afternoon 2 days ago. You had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. Oh my god. He was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Windibanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pockets. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. If it had not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation to the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, you've recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbroker that day, I became nervous. I'm sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles, and the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief, but then something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. Unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storm door for refuge. Sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Natch and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that had happened at Windibanks on that wretched night. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You became the very monster you saw and despise so deeply in the Gilded. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windibank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector. Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord. Of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah? It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garrett Squadron, stand by, sir. This is really it now. Oh, you better hope. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Bruno, you finally managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet. What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. 2 months ago in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windibank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems. I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. And just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening. And turning to our attention to the defense. Determining that when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was... Well, it certainly was the most unexpected revelation, Counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. To demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point, isn't that... It's, about the sound produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes for me, in fact. Goodness, madam, unhealthy levels of obsession one feels. It's called autism, Your Honor. But I must say that, in my opinion, the sound produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones. What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all. I'll be right back. Real quick. Okay, I am back. Had to refill my drink. It wasn't Morse code after all. My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nuts? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, Sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilder conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me. Miss Lestrade? Yeah, my lord? That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon. If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I really look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade, never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Oh god. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windibank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Yay! Oh god, the gunshots. Yeah, Gina! Yeah! That is all. Court is adjourned. On a personal note, I must say, you've surprised me, my far eastern friend. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again, here in the courtroom. You did. When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. It is 5:24 p.m. in this game. What time is it here? I don't know. I don't care. It's done. It's over at last. That freaking image of like the guy just like unbreaking the shackles. Like, we're free! For now. But where's Iris disappeared to? Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one's ever as before, see? Kept the promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. That's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently, too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. When your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so, don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Motherfreaker, get out of here! Oh my god. That voice! It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ah, yes, it was me all along, I would have said, when finally you've noticed me. But you people, your incessant blabbling, says you, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, it was me all along, you see. How the freak did you... Okay. I'd assume you've been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh god, Grandpa got out of the freaking window. Oh god. Did you jump through the window or something? Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who's tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having a snooze in your knife-soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Oh, well, that bullet did cost me to lose a substantial amount of blood. It's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, I have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? Do not touch my neck, swear to God. This is a really out of context, like, line here. And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal in the trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little... precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in the trial he was working on winds up dead anyways? Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilden, in fact. But of course, I pay no attention to such a rational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean, like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that bog trotter what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Divine retribution, God! Strike this man right now. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world. I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you which is to be admired, Mrs. Lestrade. Oh, just give a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley! How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't even notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure really. I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was hoping to throw a party with Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look at me, I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You are the judge's Pater. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All of them offenses. What was it again? Breaking, entering, taking bog charter stuff, what was in luck, blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically, being a pickpocket is the main offense. But that even ain't an offense. It's a job, innit? I don't think so. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo? God knows what the heck he was going to be doing before. Well, no. But I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lots like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Oh. Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Odo? Yes? Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hetero missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh yes! It's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... Thanks, Odo. Oh, I'm gonna cry! Yeah! Thank you for everything, what you've done, for believing in me. Look at her! Oh. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. Wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, quite an indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought the paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh, no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Bruno? Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question, it says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back to greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel is particularly awful, so sailing out of Dover has been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right, if we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But, there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. The great detective does it again! Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. Oh god, he has blackmail. What? I merely made my knowledge known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria! We must see Susato off! That took someone longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Mr. Sato, where are you? Over there, look! It looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Mr. Sato, wait! What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you're about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law. You, Susato-san. Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh, yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun! I stole Bruno's armband! Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat's flapper-mat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it, until I found myself in Mr. Windermere shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in this shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at the moment, the little device I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So, you used the cat flapper-mat to make the peephole in the door. As captured in a photographic print of the shop, by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was one of the first importance at that point. precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's great weapon. Though, naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sights that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. For which, a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned it that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. 'Cause you're gay as heck. I'm so sorry. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. You could have been discarded if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Mr. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrade's. Mr. Sato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, it's the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Brayden is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that people as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the people inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Mr. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too, from my regrets. Well, we must be all thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Though some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work out! I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see. A telegraph operator. She said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect. After all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. A. So... Gi? What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius. Do not doubt this girl for 1 second. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to intercept it. Or whatever, interpret it. But whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh! It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Ira pentagram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Mr. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus out your efforts on the English version. Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. As she's trying to decipher, I'm gonna take a drink. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications. I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names. The first is Kei Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second is A. Shin. A. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Gregson. Gregson. Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. And what's his name doing in the secret government communications as well? And the last name. What's the matter, Mr. Sato? It's just so strange. It's so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. Oh, what? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the four names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all four. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of names, some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communications of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then? Where's Susie and Bruno are from? Oh, well... no, it's not very likely really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Mrs. Sato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Mrs. Sato, I had hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. Oh my god, cry. I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. As a promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Bureau when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Mr. Sato. And as my instincts were right, I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Mine is Dahlia Hawthorne. Yes, Mr. I'm so sorry. I looked back at chat. Like, I'm like looking back now. Mine is Dahlia Hawthorne. Yeah, frick Dahlia. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and now it is all your fault. Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mr. Sato, you love defending yourself in court. What? It's alright. I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind? Why, certainly. Any word you like. Blow it out, my dear fellow. Oh yes, I love Runo's words, and I know just the one he'll use here. Then, I really must say...
Objection!
Absolute cinema. Dun, 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 dun. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. So I advised them for sale with, used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned, consultant detective work, pays in pinches by comparison. I have to read these out really quick. I haven't slept a wink. It's manuscript due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement, with some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susan her lovely Japanese breakfast. Help this poor girl out, God. Her roommate can't cook. Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Rarely do rare come out coins higher and under rare stakes themselves. Well, I don't know, son knows his father is an innocent man. Or are you calling my son a liar? Witness, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. Judge is not taking it. Having delivered the Russian dancers ashore in Shanghai, I laid low in the steamship for a while. But last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I have done nothing wrong! All I did was give Wagahai's offspring refuge in my pocket. A man brings some kins on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal! It's not fair! Yeah, Wagahai has little, like, baby cats. Little babies. Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for police in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in a perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. You and your schedules, man. I don't like you. The latest Rants magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Wanna hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Her ladyship puts me to shame. Like he's about to like burst into tears. Been visiting an old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. Must say, battling those bally stairs every day has done wonders for my peg. Managing rather well the housework too. Got this maid business tapped up. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man in the house is his own maid. My Willie's back on the beats again, all thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out small change in the gutter. I'm very Bobby now, looking out for Londoners, their dropped halfpennies, and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat. Oh, really? Oh, wait. These two sicken me. Their love sickens me. But they're wonderful for each other, though. Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But ours comes every day for a natter, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. Yes, I renounced my upbringing and choose a life of sophisticated crime. Regrets? Please. Give over, bruv. That ain't the Ash we used to know. We got time when you're planning to come by Milverton, Skulkin's milking run, right? The three musket what's-its. Milking the river for all it's worth. Beautiful. This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. Oh, look at them. Absolute cinema. Look at them. This game is so good. And we're only like, this is just the first game. We still have like the second one. Oh, there's Swan Lady. Get the frick out of here. I can't remember your name. Oh my god. Oh yeah, there's also like the DLC stuff as well, like, and it's only for like the first game, so we'll like do that at some point. I think I already did 1 or 2 of the things, but I haven't done the rest. Since I wanted to wait until we finished this to play those. Oh no, no, Kazuma! Kazuma, no! Ah! He got left behind, he died. He freaking died. She's gonna cut him with the sword. Nope, nope, he just has it. He's fine. Oh, God. Frick you. That's all I have to say to you. Frick you. look at them. Oh. Of course, you had to end off like that. Great Ace Attorney Adventures. I really. Oh my god. Like, just playing it again, like, I'm about to cry. Oh my god. And this ain't the end. This ain't the freaking end of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, whatever the frick. There's more to this. There's other adventures, but we're not going to... Because the second game is the Great Ace Attorney Resolve. Great Story 2 Resolve, or whatever the frick, I don't know. Absolute cinema. But we are not doing that tonight, since I have been streaming for like 6 hours. Oh my god. But this game is really good. And actually, no, well, no, the next time we're going to be doing the freaking other case. Hold on, let me look at social content. So I'll do like a little sneak peek escapades. Look at it. All this stuff here. It's like little like side stuff. But we won't do these until next time. I already did the antechamber, and I did the first class cabin, I think. I think I did these two. The rest I just never did. Or I haven't done on stream at least. We're not gonna look into that yet. the Taylor. But I'm glad to have streamed this. It took so long. I took like a few months break from it. The other stuff going on. But I hope you guys have a wonderful day. I'm mostly active on, like, I have a bunch of social medias. If you go there, my socials card, you can see like all of my available social medias, because I do art sometimes. I try to post frequently on like Tumblr, Blue Sky, and Instagram. So you can follow me on those. I also have a YouTube channel. I don't upload there often. I need to put my VODs channel in the socials things, because I also have VODs as well of all my past streams. I also have commissions open as well. So if you're interested in a commission, please DM me or email me. Which should also be in the socials card. I don't remember if I have a link thing for commissions. Or have a command for that. But this game is so beautiful. I want to like make an animatic of like a thing. I don't want to say it because it'd be spoilers, like major spoilers. But it's something I want to do at some point. Maybe I'll like try to start working on it. But I hope you guys have a wonderful day. And I hope to see y'all next time for whenever I do this or doing art or whatever. But y'all have a wonderful night. Wonderful day or night. And I shall see y'all later. Have a good day, everyone.